Ba-dum, ba-dum. Hello. Always keep music going. Jagard, good morning. Boo doo. Boo doo doo doo. Hey Jagard, what would I, if I was on TikTok, what would I put this under? It's not gaming anymore. Jodosh, good morning. Don't bone me. 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 I think the awesome category. They have gaming, chat and interviews, beauty and fashion, dancing, fitness and sports, food, music, news and entertainment, and education. I don't know. Don't bone me. I mean, it's not food. Do 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 multi-bot. Jodosh, you're gonna take notes. It's protein. It's carb. It's a meal. I mean, I guess it is. If it was food and drink, it would be different. I think I'll go educational. Whatever. Call it liquid lunch for some reason. Hey guys, how's the volumes? Courtney, good morning. Narthex, how's it going? Vitamin B, E, E, and R. Right, volume is good. Cool. So I gotta do some math and get started. I don't know exactly. I'll have to go back and forth a lot. That's the way it is. All right, step 1 completed. Good morning, Lucky, Ugly Al, Dead Guy. How's everybody doing this morning? I'm sure I missed a lot of chat. Stampede says, where is Zelda? In the cooker. Zelda is in the cooker. In heaven, there is no beer. That's why we drink it here. That's smart. Very smart. Hoot hoot, Ugly Owl. Yeah, Saturday beer stream. Calculate Matt D plus Jodosh. It says the answer, Matt D plus Jodosh is average height. Kooky, where you been? All right, cool. So now's a good time to, we're going to talk about the beer and talk about the brewing process. Right now, what I just did is I put water into this container right here, the container in the middle. That water is for mashing the grains. We're going to do a conversion of the starches in the grains to sugars so we can make alcohol out of them, so we can make beer. So the water in here is heating up right now. And once it gets to a certain temperature, we'll add the grains in, we'll mash the grains. Now we've got this kettle here, or the kettle on the left. That is the hot liquor tank, the sparge tank. We're going to heat that water up, and we're going to use this hot water to rinse the sugar out of the grains and pump it into the far keg on the left, where we will cook it and make beer out of it. That's the goal. Make wort out of it, and more specifically, it's wort until it's fermented, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. Decent. Brewing is good. Brewing is good. We just started. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep track of the temperature in that middle kettle. I'm going to have to check it occasionally. Stir it a little bit. Stinking spiders keep getting inside of my my cookers and stuff. Thank you for the 4 bits. Navard in here hot with 4 bits. I don't have the announcement, the alerts here, do I? Oh, I do. They're just not in front of the cam. If I do alerts here, I can bring them over to the other side. Now we can have like alerts over there. Can't do it on, I can do it on TikTok. I'm a smart person. I can add them to TikTok stuff.
This is her courtroom.
This is Judge Judy. Seminole, good morning. I have no clue of what I'm looking at yet. I must have always been curious about brewing. Oh, no. I must have always been curious about brewing. Well, you are in the right spot. Ryo. Is it Ryo? Or do I say Ryu? It's Ryo? I'm guessing it's Ryo. If you have any questions about brewing, now is a great time to ask, because we're going to go through the entire brewing process up until fermentation. We're going to get the beer ready for fermentation, but obviously it takes time to ferment the beer, and I can't speed up time. But you haven't really missed much. Right in the middle kettle here, we are heating up mash water. We're going to use that water to convert the starches in the grains to sugars. And those sugars are going to be what the yeast is going to make alcohol out of. I got to get a couple more things ready real quick. If you have any questions, put them in the chat. Pretty good. Does pressure affect fermentation? I would imagine that. I guess it could have. Some kind of an effect, but don't ever build up any pressure. So in the fermentation, I use glass carboys, and in those glass carboys, we have an airlock that lets off any excess gas or pressure. Where you been all week, Romeo? Streaming? Every day? Where have you been all week? You are the one that has not been there. Good morning, Glenn. What are we brewing today? We are brewing the Ryu Hayabusa. This is an American rye ale. Very simple American rye ale. Snarf, I love the brew streams. Was the 3 kettle system hard to build? Not extremely hard to build. I would say the hardest part of the system would be welding the stainless fittings. But if you know someone that can weld, you could also get one of my kegs has the valve is actually just gaskets and threaded on there. I didn't have to weld it on there, but it leaks a little bit. I never progressed beyond mini mash extract brews. Well, that's a good place to start. For me, the 3 buddies and I that started this brewery jumped directly into all grain brewing, and it was a really silly thing to do. So I never started with extract brewing. All I know is all grain brewing. Yeah, Courtney, we don't have all of the fancy bells and whistles when it comes to the brew streams. Just some music, and then I talk about the beer. We don't have the whole overlay and stuff. Some of the alerts and stuff are still there. No burper. What makes brewing beer legal and making moonshine illegal? Well, there is some legalities. Listen to me. In brewing, you can only brew so much per household, and there's some things you're not really gonna. Thank you, Lethargic Monkey. Thank you so much for the 2 months. The main thing you can't do is you can't sell it. And I believe it is legal to make moonshine. You just can't sell it. I'm not sure if either is illegal. Yeah, someone, I'm pretty sure you can make moonshine. You're just technically not able to sell it without a license to there's two different licenses. There's a distributing license, and then like a liquor license, a license to sell it yourself, and a license to distribute it, like to distributors, or they need a license to distribute and be a distributor where you could sell lots of different kinds of beer. I'm not sure. It all to do with the quantity. So if you go to like a bar, you can't buy a case of beer. They can only sell you the bottles. I think some bars, depending on the state, some bars can sell you it in like 12 packs or something. Like where we live in PA, you can go into a bar and buy a 12 pack, but you can't buy two of them. You have to exit the bar and go back in and buy another one. They can't sell you more than 12 at a time. If you buy a single beer at a bar, they have to open it for you. They can't give it to you unopened. So you have to they have to open it and give it to you. Now, if you're a distributor, then you can sell it by the case, but you can't sell singles, which that's a blurry line now because distributors are starting to be able to put packs of like a pick 6 together and stuff. It's changing a lot, but if you're where I'm in PA, the rules are weird. Let me check the temperature. What's up, Beta? And Mrs. Beta. Good morning, Beta. All right, so now our water is up to temperature, and we can add the grains in at this point. And then we need to bring the temperature of the mash up to, I'm aiming for 150 degrees, anywhere from 148 to 156. All of that matters, but I'm going to aim for about 150 to 152, and then this will have to mash for an hour. All right, I turned the heat down just a little bit. I want to sneak up on this 152 degrees. There is a temperature in which you're releasing the enzyme that converts starches to sugars, and that's where we want to be. But there's also a temperature where you kill that enzyme and you're fucked. Like there's nothing you can do about it. So we have to be careful. So now I wish that the camera would focus a little bit better, but right now we're at about 130 to 140 degrees. I'm going to slowly work that temperature up to that 150. Butter Snaps, what's guy? I am not a scientist. What's up, Mike? And Andrew over on TikTok. Sorry, I missed you guys come in. Hey, I think I shouldn't have went live in TikTok under educational. I'm getting nobody going through the TikTok, which is fine. Must be no one wants to get smarter on TikTok. They all are dumb. Good morning, that fat old son. BT, we are brewing beer. Absolutely right. We're just getting our mash up to temperature, and then we'll let that mash sit for an hour as we get some other things ready. Mash, 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 and clunk. Yeah, right. When the spoon hits the side of the pot, you were ready. Hit the timer. That Metroid grind was for reals. The Metroid grind? We're done with the Metroid grind. It was a good grind. It wasn't near as bad as this Zelda 1 grind. Gross. Do you use a specific product for sanitizer? I do. I'll show you. I use a product called Star San. That's backwards. It's backwards. But it's Star San. It is a no-rinse sanitizer. A lot of, it's a food grade thing. You don't have to rinse it. It doesn't have a smell or a taste. I think it it relies on like citric acid, kind of like more food grade stuff in science. There's fucking science in here. It makes bad things go away without tasting like something that would make bad things go away. The more you know. The more you know. Yeah, science. How long does the beer stay good for after making? You don't bottle it? I have a kegerator fridge. I drink it out of the keg for a while. Sometimes I bottle it. Beer can stay good for a really long time. As long as you don't let it get warm and cold and warm and cold. And some people say the sun can affect it. I don't normally let it go that long. Some beers, kind of like a wine, need to age. Higher alcohol beers are more harsh. And as they age, the alcohol can mellow out of them a little bit. So you take like an imperial stout, you should age that for at least 6 months before you drink it. 5 ads, 10 minutes after last 5 ads. Oh, kooky. That's terrible. You should subscribe. You wouldn't get any of those. You wouldn't get any of them. Yeah, beer doesn't really last long enough around here for me to figure that out. Hey, Ryan. Ryan says it's a lager. I am brewing an ale. So lagers, what most people are used to when they think about brewing, they're thinking about, or when they think about beer, they're thinking about like Coors Light and Budweiser making lagers. Lagers are harder to brew, for one thing. And then they also take longer. They take a lager fermentation. You use lager yeast, and you should also age them, lager age them. We'll talk about that here a little bit in a second. Let me check this temperature. All right, someone start the timer. We've got beer mashing, and we don't have to do anything with the beer for an hour. I can't place the song, and it's driving me nuts. The song that's currently playing is the Zelda 2 Adventure of Link Palace song. I kind of wish there was splits going. Yeah, I mean, that would be kind of cool, beer splits. But we do need a timer going, so let me actually bring up... no, I'm going to set it up on my phone for now, because it'll just be easier. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I mean, hey guys, I'd like to do more beer streams, so if I do more brewing streams, more of these retro streams, I could have a timer going and we could see. But right now, we have just started mashing. Where is my timer on this phone? Hello? All right, so we've got an hour. What's happening in that center kettle is that we've got the grains that we're using for this batch of beer. And like I said, this is an ale. Ales, typically you're using an ale yeast, which means it ferments at a warmer temperature. So for new brewers, it's easier to start with ales. They're also a little bit more forgiving when it comes to keeping track of temperatures and flavors and stuff like that. So we're going to ferment at a little warmer temperature, and it's only going to take about 4 weeks to finish fermentation, and then we can carbonate and drink the beer. Age it a little bit, or they'd say condition the beer a little bit. Fancy words for stuff I don't know or care about. But we're going to go with, I was talking about the lagers a second ago. A lager uses a lager yeast. It needs to be fermented at a more precise temperature, and it's a little bit cooler. Oftentimes, it's hard to keep it cool enough. Like right now, my room temperature here is 70 degrees or whatever. Lagers are going to ferment at 58, 60 degrees. It depends, and it's a little bit harder to keep that temperature. It's not so much a room temperature. Also, after you're done, you lager them in cold age for 3-4 months to really have a lager. Now, with a lager, you get this like really crisp, clean flavor. And most people like it. You take your Pilsners and your lagers that you're used to, your Miller and Bud and Coors, all of those beers are very light and crisp tasting, and there's not a whole lot of flavor there. So if you make a mistake when you're brewing a lager, you're gonna taste it. And that's why it's harder to brew lagers. And that's why I think when people go, oh, I love craft beers and those shitty commercial beers, they stink. They're actually really hard to brew, to brew them the way that they do them. So for me, I've done some lagers, but I really do. Hey, Dakota, thank you so much for the gift sub to Kookie. Kookie, look at that. No more ads for you. You got it. Thank you, Dakota. So we're doing an ale. I have done lagers, but ales are just easier for me, and I enjoy being able to not worry about a lot of the other stuff that goes along with a lager. We've got in that middle kettle, we've got our grain bill, they say, the grains that you're going to use. We're about 90% barley and then about 10% rye. That little addition of rye gives it a little bit of a rye flavor, and that's what makes this a rye beer. Similar to what more people are familiar with, which is a wheat beer. You take your seasonal wheats, like your Blue Moons or wherever. That base is about 90% barley and 10% wheat. It's a similar type of beer, only we're going to add the rye in, which gives it a different flavor than you get with wheat. A good Pilsner is amazing. I would agree with that. I would agree. Do you top ferment ale yeast or bottom? Jagard, I'm not a scientist, but I do believe that top fermenting yeast is lagers and ales are bottom fermenting. But that is the distinction, though. I just can't remember off the top of my head. One is a bottom fermenting, one is a top fermenting, and I just don't remember. I'm not a scientist. Snarf says top are ales. There, you got it right there. You did it. That's true, because when the fermentation is done, everything falls. So yeah, Snarf, you're smart. I was surprised at how good my extract lagers turned out. Used to convert mini fridge fermenter. So yeah, Snarf, I used to have a chest freezer that I stored my kegs in, and I could use that. I still have the thermometer probe to regulate the temperature, and I do lager fermentation in there. My chest freezer died, so I don't really have that now. So I don't. Again, I'm a bit lazy, and I'm fine with ales. I like ales. Ales tend to be stronger flavored. They tend to have more. They get you in the taste buds. Like an ale is more full-bodied and flavored. Not that you can't get a similar effect with a lager, but you can do it easier with an ale. And you don't have to wait as long. You can drink the beer in a shorter period of time. Did you ever know that you are the cutest dude on Twitch? Shut up, okay? Would you, please? Dakota, you're not too bad yourself. You're not too bad yourself. I won't even tell you what my wife said about you. Do you have to add the fizz while it's in the keg? So there's a couple different ways to carbonate your beer when they're done. One of the ways that you can do it is you can use the yeast itself to carbonate your beer. Yeast when it's eating the sugar. Right now, like I said, in the kettle, we are using hot water to release an enzyme that's in the grain to convert the starches in the grains to sugars. When we're done, it's hard to point the right way. When we're done, we're going to be left with wort, which is a sugar solution. Yeast will eat that sugar and create two things, carbon dioxide and alcohol. Now, in a fermenter, the yeast is going to be creating a lot of CO2 and a lot of alcohol, well, depending on how much sugar there is. And what we want to do is we want to let that CO2 out. We don't want to create pressure and blow things up, which can't happen, but we want to let that out. Now, when we're getting close to being done with fermentation, we can actually take the beer, bottle it, and add a little sugar to the bottles and cap the bottles. Now, what'll happen is the yeast will take that very measured out amount of sugar, work it, and then create carbonation, CO2 that's trapped in the bottle and can carbonate the beer. This is a bottle carbonation. It's more of a natural way of carbonating because you're letting the yeast make it. That's not what I do because that's more scientist stuff and I don't care to be smart. I take my beer, let it ferment, and then I put it into a keg. And I put the keg into my kegerator fridge, and then I have a canister of CO2, and I just pump CO2 into the keg and force carbonate it. They call it forced carbonation. And I'm just going to do that, and I'm going to add the carbonation. In like 3 days, it's carbonated, and I can drink it. Easy peasy. Do you name all your batches? Mac, I absolutely do. Today, we are brewing the Ryu Hayabusa. I misspoke. Some people say when you're thinking of Ninja Gaiden, they say Ryu Hayabusa or Ryu Hayabusa. I say Ryu for this beer because it's a rye beer, and it's Ryu Hayabusa instead of Busa. It's stupid. I have fun. Who keeps on pumping? More like a mad scientist. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Ryan Hughes says 9:32. It will be done. What's at 9:32? Hey, look, it's Ugly Owl over here on Twitch. You're in a different chat. Good for you. Did you start the process already? Print, we did, but we're very, very early in the process. You keep on pumping. Fluffy ponies. What am I pumping? With all the pumps and tubes and stuff? I can't believe Ian would invite that gremlin to his wedding. No, that's not what she said. Not what she said. Hey, look at this. Thank you for the 4 bits, Kooky. So, to catch you up, Print, the only thing that we have done is we've started to mash the grains. And the term mashing refers to when you take this kettle right here has got barley and rye in it in a hot water solution that is converting the starches to sugars. And we're going to use that here in a bit. We still have 50 minutes. I'll have to check the temperature. I may have to turn the heat on. I want to maintain 150 to 152 degrees. When you're converting the starches to sugars in the mash, you can do it at a lot of different temperatures. It takes a certain temperature to release the enzymes to start the conversion, so you have to be warm enough. There's another temperature where when you release that'll actually kill the enzyme. It's 170 degrees. So you have this window, right? Now, you could say, well, I could just hit that window in between 145 and 170 and just be wherever I want. Technically, you could. It's going to convert the starches to sugars. It's going to work. It'll make beer. I'm dying. But while you're doing that, not only is the starches being converted to sugars, but there's other science shit that's happening in there too. And some of the stuff has to do with proteins that are in the beer. So one of the things that protein does in beer is it affects the way that the mouthfeel of the beer, how thick the beer is. And it has to do with like how long the chain of proteins is in the beer and science and shit. And I don't know all that stuff. All I do know is that you can do protein rests to help with the thickness of beer. You can do a lower ferment or a lower mash temperature, which can aid in your sweeter conversions for beers like stouts and porters, your darker, thicker beers, or you can do a higher temperature, your 56, 55, and get like a 156, higher temperatures. You can get a different conversion for more of like a dry beer. Science. I aim for the middle because depending on how much I may have forgotten to pay attention, if I'm in the middle, I could be, oh shit, I was low. Oh, I was a little bit high, and I'm in the middle. That's what I do. Breakfast time, Dakota. We're going to be here for about 4 hours. When's the stream where you're walking all day? The 6th of January. That's Saturday. Matt Sisk says, is Kung Fu damageless possible? Matt, it absolutely is, and I've done both Game A and Game B. If you check out on the YouTube channel, both of them have been done. I'm not the only, I mean, lots of people have done that. We're talking about brewing beer or sex. Both. All right, I'm gonna check the temp. Also, I need to make a new batch of sanitizer, so I may check the temperature and I'll make a new batch of sanitizer. Yeah. How about a beer? So good! done. We're good. Oh, that camera's a little off center. Which way do I gotta go? Overcorrected? Good for me. We drank our beer from the water hose growing up. Oh yeah, water hose for sure. Holy cow, Mick Monkey, thank you for the 500 bits. The bits, yeah. I miss out. I have to scroll up through chat every time I go back there.
I'll take 2 pints, please.
Take
Bartender.
2 pints, please. Anytime. You're welcome here anytime, Mick Monkey. You just tell me, you say, Slack, I'm coming for a visit, and we'll come out here and brew a batch of beer. Max says, what is the hardest and or easiest style of beer to brew? I would say some of the hardest ones, there's some ridiculously tricky beers to brew. When you talk about sours, sour beers can be really difficult because of keeping everything sanitary and then keeping the this song sucks. What's this from? Make it stop. Oh, this is better. And then also keeping the bacteria that's used for sours from getting out of control can also be difficult to deal with. But there's I would say the easiest beers are probably your porters and your stouts. Porters and stouts have the strongest flavor. They're ales. You don't have to worry about clarity and color. They're so dark and you don't have to worry about, it's like, oh, this beer came out hazy or whatever. Like, you don't have to worry about that. Also, you don't have to worry about odd flavors because the flavor of the beer itself is so strong, it covers up a lot. You could blow your nose into the brew kettle and no one would know. I sound like I've done that before. I have not. Prove it. But I would say, yeah, your porters and stouts are probably your easiest. And then sours may be the most tricky. But that's I've never brewed a sour, so I don't know that for sure. I'd love to go to the Grand Tetons, Romeo. No song request. Yeah, I'm not doing song requests because people have a hard time keeping with the NES theme, and I'm streaming this on YouTube, and I would rather not get copyright claims and stuff because I'd like to produce a video out of this potentially. Can you explain what a double dry hopped beer is? I've been digging those lately. Well, there's a lot of different terminology for the way people are hopping beers. You may hear whirlpool hop, you may hear dry hopped. Infused is another one people are throwing around. The idea about adding hops to beers, you can add hops at a variety of different times to your beer to get different effects out of the hops. This package of hops that I have right here is the hops that we're using. This is a German hop called Hallertauer, or it's backwards. You can't read it. It's freaking backwards. But this hops, they give you the alpha acid value of the hops, and that is the rating of the kind of like the bitterness scale for the hops. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is this is one of the reasons why we add hops at different times. The longer you boil hops, the more it's going to release the bitterness from the hops. So when we're cooking our beer, here in a little bit, we're going to start boiling. When we start boiling, we're going to put hops in at the very beginning. This beer is not meant to be hoppy. This is a rye beer. Remember, think of a wheat beer, only instead of tasting of wheat, this tastes of rye, but it's a similar light ale, not super bitter, not very hoppy. It's just a simple beer that is one that I really enjoy. Now, I'm only adding an ounce of this hops at the beginning of the boil, and this will boil for 60 minutes. I'm extracting all of the bitterness that I can get out of this hop, and that's the bitterness. That's the part of the beer that you're going to drink, and it's going to get you back there. Now, with that said, there's a lot of other things that we can get out of hops. Each individual hop variant is going to have different amounts of bitter and different flavors that it can bring towards the beer. I'm not flavoring this beer with this addition, maybe a little, but I'm basically getting the bitterness out of it. The later in the boil, we can add hops and release less of the oils and not make bitterness out of them, but actually get the flavor and the aroma of hops. So for the 60 minutes of my boil, the later I add the hops, the less I'm getting bitterness out of them, and the more I'm getting the flavor of the hop or the aroma. So we have a bitter addition and then aroma and flavor additions later. Now we can even take that to the next level, and during the flame out or the whirlpool, this is where I'm chilling the beer so that I can add yeast to it. I mean, we're having a boiling beer at 212 degrees and we can't add yeast to that. We have to chill it. So after we're done chilling or during the chilling process, we can add hops there. Now we're just getting that aroma and flavor because we're not even releasing the oils from the hops. Then you can dry hop. You can add hops to beer while it's in the kegerator. You can add hops to beer while it's in fermentation. Now, when you say double dry hopped, I would imagine, and this is, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a brewer. I never went to school or nothing. But I would imagine the double McMonkey is similar to when they refer to a double IPA. It's twice as much. It's not that they're doing it twice. They're just adding twice as much as they normally would. So a double dry hopped may have like multiple ounces of hops being put into it in fermentation or in the kegging process, where I would normally dry hop in a keg while it's cold in the refrigerator for a week or so and then take the hops out. So if maybe they're doing that, maybe they're dry hopping a beer, taking those hops out and then adding more hops and dry hopping a second time, or they're doing it 2 times. Either way, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get that extra punch of hop flavor and aroma. So what are we doing here? That old son, you're up in the attic taking down your old equipment. Good. Get to brewing. Loaf of bread in a bottle. Yeah, Ryan. And with the beer from the water hose, all of my stuff comes out of a hose. I'll brew with that. I do. The water does come out of a well. It's nice. It's good water. The stuff that I was pumping into that bucket is sanitizer, so it's different. But I don't think this is how you make meth. Are you sure? I don't know. I've never made meth. I'll give you $1 bajillion if you can figure out how to brew twisted tea. Courtney, you can make your own twisted tea pretty easily. You could, Courtney, I'll send you some videos of making alcoholic stuff like on your kitchen counter, like really pretty easily. But with twisted tea, you could buy some yeast. You could buy, let's say, X amount of bottles to cap and to have bottles of, and then just mix up tea with a little extra sugar. Twisted tea, you know what you could do? Here you go. Are you ready? Courtney, open up. Shut up, everybody. I'm talking to Courtney. Shut up. Courtney, go out and get a flavorless liqueur, a mixing liqueur, like you can even just do like Everclear and just use a very small amount of it. And then get like your regular bottle and get one of those fountain things that carbonate it, because isn't Twisted Tea carbonated? I don't drink Twisted Tea, so I don't know. And then you can just make tea that you like, add the alcohol, and carbonate it. And you can make Twisted Tea by the bottle as much as you wanted. Mix up, I mean, that's really all. SodaStream nailed it. Jagar, smarter than me. But yeah, SodaStream. Essentially, all Twisted Tea is, I don't know if it's a malt beverage. Is Twisted Tea a malt beverage? That would change things a little bit. I've never had it. I always figured it is an alcoholic tea that's carbonated. Okay, so it's not carbonated and it is malt. We still could make it. It's a malt. Okay, we could still make it. Got one in my hand right now. All right. So what we'll do is I'll look into it and we will make a batch of Twisted Tea for Hortford next year. You'll have to wait. I tried carbonating vodka. Huge mistake. Ugh, gross. Vodka is just gross anyways. But vodka is a mistake. So that's under the definition in Webster. Vodka mistake. Good morning, Space Colonizer. How we doing? All right, with 30 minutes left in the mash. So the next part of the process, remember, we've got the mash here. Oh, I left the lid off. Wah, 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 wah. So the next part of the process, like I said, in that middle kettle, we have wort. It's going to be hot water with the sugar that it's released from the grains in all of the grains. Now that kettle in the middle has a screen at the bottom of it. So it's going to be able to keep the grains above it, and there's going to be just the water below it that I can pull off with that hose. So what I want to do in the next step is I want to get the sugar water without the grains into the kettle on the left. That's what I'm going to make the beer out of. But if you imagine, if I just open that valve up and I pump the water out of the bottom, the grains themselves are going to have a bunch of sugar on them still. I need to rinse the sugar off of the grains, and that's what the kettle on the right, and that's why I put water in there. That is called a sparge container. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a sprinkler system on top of the mash tin, and I'm going to pump the water from the right kettle, left, this one here. I'm going to pump the water from there. That's hot at 170 degrees. That 170 degree water is going to stop the conversion of starches to sugars. I'm going to pump that and rain it down. I'm going to rain it down on top of the mash tin as I slowly pump the sugar water out and into the other kettle. This is called sparging your mash or sparging the grains. We're removing as much of that sugar as we can from the grains. What we end up wanting to do is we want to have a packed mash. We want to let all of that grain settle and then just have the sugar water on the bottom. And then we're going to fill up with that rain, a puck of hot water that as you pump the water out of the bottom is essentially just going to press that sugar water and rinse straight through the mash, getting as much out as we can. We don't want to leave any sugar in there. We do, but we don't want to. Do you do any additional sugars as a safety net? I do not. Drunk Justice, I've been brewing, I've used this setup for 15 years. I know it's called your brew house efficiency. There's actually a term for it and a percentage. Your brew house efficiency is how efficient are you in your setup with converting starches to sugars. When you have X amount of grains, that has a yield of X amount of sugar. What do you get using your setup? And you calculate that brew house efficiency to know how much grain you need to get the alcohol and the sugar that you want at the end. So I don't need a safety net because I've been doing it for a really long time. I would say at the beginning, maybe, but for me, I've always been more of, this batch didn't get quite as much sugar. So at the end, this batch is just not going to have quite as much alcohol in it. And it's more of a, you never know what you're going to get. It's like, I like to measure from the heart while I'm cooking, because sometimes it turns out better than you could have imagined because you didn't do it exactly the way. How do you know if it could be better if you never change your recipe? So sometimes it's worse, but that is a similar feel when I brew beer. Wiseman, you almost forgot about the brew stream, but you didn't, and that's what's important. We're still drinking coffee now. Wiseman, you didn't even miss anything yet. But again, guys, if you have any other questions about the brewing, let me know. We're going to start heating up that sparge. I can probably start it right now. I'll start it low. I just thought I would adjust the camera a little bit so that we can see some of the pumps. So right now I'm heating the water up in here, but I'm also cycling the water through that pump on the right side. That way I can get the water's being heated evenly. There is a thermometer on there, a temperature probe, to let me know when I get to that 170 degrees. Life is like a batch of beer. You never know what you're going to get. Slack gump. Exactly. Y'all are slacking. Courtney, I'm going to try out some beer today. I'm going to try out some beer. Normally, I don't, as much as it sounds like a stupid idiot thing for me to say, I don't really drink beer that much while I'm brewing because I do have to keep track of times. And when we first started and we had first made this brewery and it was 3 bachelors living in this house, it was a bit of a madhouse. We brewed lots of beer, we made lots of mistakes, and we had a lot of fun. But I noticed that if I really wanted to be better at brewing and have better beer, I had to pay a little closer attention. And when you're 10 beers deep, you're not as good at it. Not as good at it. There's a brewery in Middletown, Texas that makes a peanut butter oatmeal ale. That would be good. Peanut is a hard thing to deal with. So you'd have to get a peanut extract. You can't really, oils and beer don't really go wood. So like peanut are very oily. I don't think so. You can do I have peanut extract. I put peanuts into a cream ale. Didn't like it. But I think in an oatmeal stout, oatmeal stout, I could see that. Ever done wine? Wiseman, I started with wine. The main thing that got me into brewing beer as a whole is my grandfather. My grandfather always made wine every year. My grandfather is currently 96, I think. Still probably drinks wine every day. I don't know if he does, but for the longest time, he would drink red wine every day, and maybe that's why he's 96 and still going. But I learned a lot about making wine from him. but I was never a huge fan of wine, so I moved that into brewing beer because I enjoy beer more. Retro brew time. Yes, it is. Thank you. This is Retro Bicycle. Yeah, I've been brewing beer for a long time. I don't get a chance to brew as much as we did when this was a bachelor pad and I had two of my buddies living with me and this is what we did every weekend. But I still get a chance to, and what I would like to do, hopefully you guys enjoy the brew streams. What I would like to do is brewing ales takes about 4 weeks. So what we can do is we could do a monthly installment of Retro Brew Day. So we brew beer today. We're brewing the Ryu Hayabusa, the rye beer. On tap in the kegerator, I have the Rygar Red, which is an Irish red ale. We can brew this, and afterwards we'll do a tasting of the Rygar Red. We'll talk about it. Scientist stuff. Then we'll go ahead and a month from now, we can have another brew day. We'll talk about what we want to brew this month on the stream. And then the next month we will brew another beer and we'll have this beer to taste. And we can just continue that cycle. That's what I would like to do. Now, just so you guys know, it is a lot of extra work. Not only am I going to be brewing the beer, trying to record it, maybe making YouTube videos out of it, then I've got to ferment and rack the beer, carbonate the beer, as well as get the ingredients and stuff. It is a lot of extra work. But if people are excited about it, then I will definitely keep going with it. I don't know how I'm going to edit these videos. So I'm recording them now. Maybe I'll just take them and cut them up. I don't know. I've got the music going over top of them. I don't know. It may be that I just cut them up. We'll see. And maybe we can get back into some of those more difficult beers that I brewed, or that I've brewed before, like back into lagers and stuff. So one that I've always wanted to do that I've never done is a Doppelbock, and the Doppelbock, but do it for Double Dragon and call it the Doppel Dragon. That would be really cool. But a Doppelbock is a lager, and I don't really have a setup for fermenting lagers without just adjusting the temperature in this room. And I don't want to be streaming out here in a 60-degree room. Turn on your live request. Ray G. I don't know what that is. You'll have to tell me what that is. I'm going to send you a mileage pledge. Should I whisper it on Discord? Wiseman, yeah, absolutely. That's perfect. Huge ass, welcome. Welcome, huge ass. I got to check the temp. Good beer. We're doing pretty good. We've got 16 minutes left. In about 10 minutes, we are going to be able to start to circulate in the mash so we can drop that layer of grain down. We want to bring it down and create like a puck of grain. Bring it down. That way it's easier to flush out the sugars from that. So we'll start doing that, and then this sparge water should be up to temperature so that someone can join your live. Are we shining? Beer or real booze? Beer. Not moonshine, it's beer. I'm not turning on. I don't want anybody to join the live.
Price check on prune juice, Bob. Price check on prune juice.
Dear Gotch, how do you screen wrap left and going right in beer brewing? I don't know. Dear Gotch, what are you talking about? Do you rack your ales? I stopped doing that out of laziness. You mean primary and secondary fermentation? Nah. Ray G, you're too greedy, won't get you far. Whatever. You went left side. Oh, I see. Screen wrap. Aha, screen wrap. Yeah, so Snarf, I stopped doing primary and secondary fermentation as well out of laziness. I let my beer go primary for 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, depending. I find that my fermentations normally go really well, and I get a good conversion, or a good fermentation. Can you use your beer brew up to distill other liquors, Mac? No, brewing beer and like making moonshine or distilling alcohol is a completely different process. So now what we're doing, and I just said it a minute ago, not only are we heating up the sparge, but now what I'm doing is I'm pumping the water. Remember, this kettle has a screen at the bottom of it. So I'm pumping water out of the bottom of this, and I'm putting it back into the top. And that's gonna gradually let that grain settle. It is stirring it up in the back corner, but the majority of the grain is gonna settle down. What's more personally rewarding, brewing a great batch of beer, a no damage run of Ninja Gaiden? I get more satisfaction out of the no damage runs. But it is really good to pour a glass of beer that you brewed and been like, I made this. So you're refeeding it. Essentially, yeah, I'm pumping off of the bottom, and as the water is being pumped out of the bottom, it kind of pulls everything else down into that mesh. Warlord Zen, how we doing, bud? Got the Darkwing cart today. Cool. I need to get you some money. We need to have a chit chat, Warlords, and we got to catch up on some stuff. I play too much Nintendo. Music was Blaster Master, Contra, and now Mega Man. DJ Beats, how's it going? Check that temp one more time. Gotta be getting close. We're getting very, very close. So what I just put in there is I call it a sparge arm, which I don't understand why they call it a sparge arm, but essentially that's a copper coil that has little holes in it, and I can take water, insert it from the hot water mat or sparge tank and have that water rain down on top of the grains. Having hot water on top of that puck of grain, filtering all of the sugar out of it. Getting close. Ever heard of Brew Meister? Snake venom beer? .65% alcohol. It's not beer anymore, I don't think. I don't think that would classify as beer. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if that would classify as beer at that point. I think it's a novelty thing. Anybody trying to take and make a beer 65% alcohol is just trying to make a beer 65% alcohol. I think it's kind of a weird thing to do for a person. 7 minutes! And I'm not sure. I don't think... Like I said, I don't know at what point in time is it not considered beer anymore. Yeah, Snarf, I don't think there's a cutoff point where it's no longer beer. Because, like, then what makes that, if it's barley, that what makes that not like a liquor at that point? You can just pour ethanol into your beer. And I would also argue, and maybe anybody else that is familiar with brewing at this point, I don't think I'm pretty positive, you can't get to 65% alcohol in a beer using yeast. You'd have to distill it. And once it's distilled, I don't think it's beer anymore. Making alcohol in beer using yeast can only take you so far, because at a certain point, the yeast can't survive in the alcohol. If you're at 65% alcohol, or if you were at 20% alcohol, yeast can't survive anymore, can't create any more alcohol. The only way to up that percentage of alcohol is to distill it and remove water. Doesn't it become malt liquor at that point? I don't know. Exactly, Courtney. The yeast can no longer poop out alcohol. Pee alcohol. Fart. Yeah. Come on down. Mr. Manny Rods, what's going on, bud? So we are moments from sparging. You're missing the opportunity to mash grapes with your bare feet while you're making beer. Gross. I am in bare feet. In bare feet? I do have my bare feet. Bare feet? Is it really short weather over there? Manny, it is here because I've got giant propane burners that burn in a very well insulated room. It's hot in here. I am barefoot. I am barefoot. So now, guys, kettle on the right has got 170 degree water in it. Kettle in the middle is full of grain, which is settled down on top of a screen, and that grain is full of sugar solution, and it's waiting there. I've got the hose coming out of the mash tin going up to the far left kettle, which is our boiling kettle. That's where we're going to boil the beer, add the hops, all of that kind of stuff. So we're going to do a sparge, which is pump hot water, rain it down on the middle, pull the sugar out of the bottom, and put it in the other keg. And we're going to do that in minute 46 seconds. Max has thoughts on bourbon. I'm excited to dive into the worlds of liquors and or whiskeys and bourbons or any of that I don't understand. So I have spent zero time in my life learning to appreciate alcohol in that way. My grandfather drinks scotch and stuff, and it's just like I know that there is a value in that. I haven't explored it yet. I'm looking forward to exploring it in my older years. I like to geek out over things, and right now I geek out over retro games and beer. But I'm sure as I get older, things will change. I'm looking forward to the time where I can learn to appreciate liquor. I'm not at that point yet. If you dive into bourbon, make sure you wear goggles. Frosted Pears. Now that's smart. Science shit right there. When are we making mead? I don't really enjoy mead. So I don't know. Maybe I could learn to enjoy mead. I need to try more meads so I can learn to enjoy them. I like beer. And that's where I'm at right now. All right, let's mash. Or sparge, rather. And there you have it. Hopefully you guys can see what was going on. Oh, that's not a good angle there, is it? Wrong way. And what I'm aiming for here, I know I made it worse, right? What I'm aiming for, hey Mac, thank you for the follow, is you'll notice that there's actually clear liquid building on top of those grains. So now I have the sugar water, a puck of grains, and then hot clear liquid on top that is just slowly being pulled through the grains and flushing those sugars out. We want this process to take a few minutes. I never can really sparge slow enough. I think you're supposed to be like 10 minutes sparging or something. Normally it only takes me like 4 or 5 minutes, but like I said, you've got that nice inch or two of sparge water that's just sitting on top of there, and I'm pulling slowly off of that and pumping into the other container, and that water is just going to be pressing that sugar out. Video looks grainy. Wow. That's funny. Good job. It says meat is good for offerings to the Norse goddess. That's about it. You know, I just haven't had a meat. I've raised bees since I was like a little 8-year-old boy. My grandpa got me into raising bees. Why have I never bees in alcohol and made honey and mead? Like, why have I never done that? Just I have never had a mead that made me go, I want a lot of this. It's weird.
Symbolic will protect you.
Retro bicycle. I don't have bees at my house currently. A few years ago, I had a problem with a bear. And when you have bear trouble, there's a couple things you can do. One of the options is to literally get the bear trapped and taken away, or you move your bees. I ended up moving my bees to a friend's house that has does maple syrup, and he's got a business called Sweet Traditions where he sells maple syrup, and he has a pancake house and stuff. I moved my bees there, and he's used them to make honey, and now he sells honey through there, and I haven't brought them back yet. My kids are a little bit young to get into bees. They're a little bit afraid of them still. As when my kids get a little bit older, it's been now 5 years since I've had bees at my house. So I don't think I'd have the bear trouble again, but I would like to bring the bees back, and work bees with my children's. Sassy! Ladies and gentlemen, Sassy McPhee. Welcome, Sassy. Very nice. Ah! Good morning. Brew streams are my favorite. Well, welcome. Hey, what's going on, Marlick? Mac, thank you so much for the $10 donation. What? I missed what he said. Buy something bourbon. I think he said buy something. Mac, thank you so much for the $10 donation. And welcome at Mac. Do you like to play video games as well? I think it's the first I've seen the name in Twitch. My Twitch stream is normally a retro video gaming stream, and I've taken the two of them and then just like mashed them together for the beer brewing as well. We get Sassy and Marlick today. Oh, what a blessing. Looks like someone blue jumped in the giant bucket. I know. And the thing was, Marlick, I did say if you're going to spew into this. I did. Some Kentucky bourbon, no problem. I've watched your gaming vids too. You're great. Hey, thank you so much, Mac. I'm sorry I didn't recognize the handle. There's so many names that come through this chat. All hail the Queen and Princess of the Creep Club. Bunch of weirdos in here. So this will be done here pretty soon. I did fire up the boil kettle. So the kettle beside this, which we don't need to stare at this anymore. Let me fix the camera. bottles. Ta-da! So very soon, we will have all of the wort in the pot on the left, where we're gonna boil it. We're gonna add hops to it, and we're gonna essentially make the beer. Well, the yeast is gonna make the beer, but that's the next process. That'll be another hour. Once this is all done, slowly pumping into there. Like I said, I've already turned on the cooker. It's already starting to heat it up to temperature. Have you not drawn attention to your amazing 3 Triforce pour handles? Yeah. Just in case you guys missed those. Hey. Get over there. There they are. That sign was courtesy of Warlord Zen, the sign that says, "Beer is my Triforce. It gives me power, wisdom, and courage." Sassy, what are you laughing at a spoon for? Walk with me. What kind of beer are you brewing? I'm brewing a rye ale. It'd be very similar to a wheat beer, like an American wheat. Most people are more familiar with a wheat beer than they are with a rye beer. Rye's got a rye flavor, and it's just not, I don't know if it's as widely accepted as a beer flavor, so not as many people drink ryes. But this is Ryu Hayabusa. Speaking of, listen to the music. It's a little play on the name Ryu Hayabusa from Ninja Gaiden. In Canada, we love rye. Well, there you go. Walk with me. This is a rye, an American rye beer. I think stylistically, it would be an American rye ale. Sassy, I don't know that. I don't know the answer to that. All right. Pronounced Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden, Ninja Gaiden, Ryu Hayabusa, Ryu Hayabusa. It's all the same. It's all the same. All right, we're ready to start cooking. Is this a Slack hot tub stream? Yes, it is. Chaser, don't you wish? Just stand there in front of you and show you my butt all the time? I need something to drink. My coffee is gone. Trying to think if there's a better camera setup for it. I mean, like at this point, not a whole lot to see other than the brewing process. I do need to. Chaser says, I do love my backwoods brewers glass. Yeah. There's only a dozen of them that were ever made. There will never be any more. There's a couple people out there that have them. I do need to get that grain out of the mash tin. It's very sugary and very sticky. I need to get it out of there now before it is harder to clean. So, be right back.
了呢？
Hi, it's me. I'm back and more tired. Are we watching Honeydews today? Jara, we are watching a brew stream. I am making beer. Steve says, how long does the process typically take? The first part of the process in brewing the actual beer, turning the grain into a sugar solution to ferment, is about 4 hours. Let's say, with good cleanup and everything, about 4 hours. Then you've got 2 to 3 weeks of fermentation, and then with an ale like we're brewing now, 2 to 3 weeks of fermentation, and then a week of keg conditioning and carbonation. So this beer, a month from now, should be ready to drink. And I want it to be ready to drink because I'd like to take some of this beer to GDQ. Mord, thank you so much for the 30 months. Beto, what's going on? Welcome in.
Excuse me, may I have your attention please? Everyone please help in welcoming the newest member to the official Creep Club at Guard 79. Remember to receive Keep Going New Hi Boots. Wow.
Look at the size of that spoon! It's gorgeous! I gotta be a little extra careful right now. So in that boil kettle now, we've got the beer just about ready to break the boiling temperature. You know, it's just starting to get into a boil. And what can happen when your beer just starts to get into that rolling boil is it can build up a lot of foam. The top of that cooker, because I made these out of half barrels, kind of comes up a little bit. It's a little bit more restricted at the top, which tends to build the foam, and the beer can't get into that roiling boil without foaming over sometimes. So I have to shut it off and get some foam moving around just to get the beer. Once the beer gets into a rolling boil, I'm okay. But this is the point where I really have to be a little bit more careful. Beto says, I want to say Pilsners. Those are definitely lagers. Which ones are we talking about? Oh, so much talking. What kind of beer is Asahi and other Asian beers? Asahi's, I would say, a Pilsner lager. I think that Beto's got it nailed down. All right, I gotta keep an eye on this now for a little bit. We're doing it! Oh! Oh! Oh, there it is! Oh, yes! We're doing it! fogged up. All right, get out of here. I'll show you what I mean. Yeah, it's starting to foam up a little bit. Kill the heat. And then we'll kick the heat back on, allow that foam to settle. Fire! Very nice. We're also going to put in our hop addition. This is 1 ounce of a German hop called Hallertauer.
Hallertauer.
Oh, it smells so good. So I use hop pellets. Yoink. They're just it's dried hops put into a pellet form. That's what I use in the beer. I still have to be very careful with that that boil over, so. I wish we could post pictures. I could show you foam. I need to put it in Discord. Oh, sure you do. Yeah, you do. You better do that. Oh yeah. Waft it. Now I feel like I need to show off the actual rolling boil. Okay. We gotta set the timer. So we don't have any other additions. All we need to do is add a clarification tablet, a Whirlflock tablet. It's a coagulant that helps clear the beer up. We're gonna do that with about 10 minutes left, as well as add the chiller in. We've been going for about 5 minutes, I would say, so that's 55. We're going to 45 minutes from now. When this timer goes off, it'll be time to do that next step. Boil is looking good. Jacob said, I've never seen pelletized hops. Pelletized hops are the easiest form of hops to use and to measure and stuff. Most brewers use pelletized hops. Maybe in dry hopping, they may use whole hops and stuff, but big breweries all use pelletized hops for the boil. 400 bits to try it. Oh, Marlik, I wish I would have seen that. I threw it all in there. It would taste terrible. It would just be bitter, gross bitterness. I mean, it would taste like hops, but it would be in such a strong that it wouldn't be good. I try to have a good time. I know you do, for sure. Saturday morning cartoons glove? Not exactly. Saturday morning brew tunes. This is the Retro Brew Day. We're brewing the Ryu Hayabusa. Also, you guys like that I put the sign up there, the Backwoods Brewery sign? You can't really read it. I need to get it fixed. It says Backwood Brewers. The E was forgotten because spelling. So underneath it, it says insert E. Here, look at this. Look at technology in me. I don't know if I need to shine it in the right damn spot. I probably completely ruined that. Hello? Was it even close? The no E makes it authentic, yeah. The no E, and then on the side it's got a bird with X's for eyes, and it says hanging on for beer life. I wasn't sure. So if I'm going to continue to do the brew streams, I may want to tweak how I'm doing it. Like, I like the ability to be able to point and talk and stuff from here, but it's hard for, like, I almost need a camera out there with a screen on it so that I can see where I'm pointing. The only way for me to tell where that's like a little webcam. The only way for me to tell where that is pointing is to look at my computer screen. So could put an apostrophe making it brew earth. Nah. So that actually was built off of an old drawing. So I said earlier that we've been brewing out here for 15 plus years. And for a while, for probably 4 or 5 of those years, we brewed every Saturday. And I wasn't kidding. So this is our holy grail of beer binder books. This thing has got recipes and stouts and IPAs and Scotch ales and all of the notes about the beer and what we did and water volumes and temperatures. And this book is, I haven't added to this in years because I don't pay attention to it anymore. Like, we wanted to be brewers. That's what we were gonna do. But one day someone made it's backwards, I understand, but that's the picture. It was actually my cousin drew that. Backwood Brewers hanging on for beer life. And he forgot the E, so we did the insert E thing. And that became the image, the logo. Oh man, I forgot about this. I was just looking at the back of this. We wrote a beer prayer. I haven't looked at this in years. All right, you ready? Our lager, which art in barrels, hallowed be thy drink. Thy will be drunk, I will be drunk, at home as it is in the tavern. Give us this day our foamy head, and forgive us our spillages as we forgive those who spill against us. And lead us not into incarceration, but deliver us from hangovers. For thine is the beer, the bitter, the lager, barmen. That is old. I haven't read that in forever. That is the Backwood Brewers beer prayer. Barmen, exactly. Instead of amen, it was barmen. XB, what's going on? Welcome. So we're good here to sit for a while. If you guys want to talk any more about what's going on in the beer, how we're brewing it, what we're doing, that kind of thing. We've got, before I really have to do anything else, I've got about 40 minutes. I'm actually just going to stop TikTok. No one's there. I don't think I'm going to stream this live on TikTok. I think I'm just going to do Twitch and YouTube. There was no one there, and then there was just someone giving me a hard time by not sharing my live. He says, you need to share your live. I said, I don't know what that is. He says, that way people can join in and be live with you. And I don't want anybody to be live with me. Ew. It's like wearing the same pair of underwear. Gross. Courtney, you may have to get that. You may have to clean that up. Can you make a command for the beer prayer lyrics? Maybe. Yeah, we could do that. I forgot it existed. I did not. If you would have, without picking up that folder and literally looking at the back of it, I forgot the beer prayer. We wrote that at least a dozen years ago. You're supposed to wear underwear? No. It's hot in here. I am sweating. Hey guys, I haven't been able to hear the music too much. I'm using one of Dan Carnate's YouTube videos that's 6 hours of NES music. Dan does some NES music stuff. He also streams on Twitch. You should check him out. But I don't know if the volumes have been good for the music. You'll have to let me know. Music is okay. Sound commands seem a little quiet. I can look into that.
Marlick, that's gross. Get out of here.
So I would want to this is audio capture 2. How about that? I may have to balance the audio when we stream again on Monday, but that should bring up those. If you say poop on beat to any of these songs, any of them, it's universal. You have an awesome banger. The more you know. I can't do the more you know. You know, if we do brew streams, I will build an overlay for the brew stream. I'll build an overlay that we can have some, like the more you know command and things like that. But for right now, I don't know if the brew streams are really going to be a thing or not. You know what I mean? I have to sneeze. I hope I sneeze. If I lose it, I will be pissed. No! I lost it. Deny to sneeze is the worst. Does your brew taste retro too? No, just the name. DJ Beats, we're just doing a rye beer, a Ryu Hayabusa. It's just retro naming them. Well, I would say that I've talked about this beer and saying that this beer in particular, like Ninja Gaiden, rye beers are an acquired taste. You either like Ninja Gaiden or you hated it. And unlike Ninja Gaiden, that's really hard, I wanted to make this beer not hard to eat, to drink and or to make. So it's a very simple rye beer so that you can focus on getting your ass kicked playing Ninja Gaiden and drink a very refreshing and easy to brew and drink beer. So that they kind of work together. Where'd the music go now? Is the music too quiet now? Damn it. Oh, it was just the song. Do you have favorite craft breweries? You know, I've tried so many beers and been to so many breweries that they all blend together. I like some of the beer at Southern Tier Brewing Company, but I'm partial to it because it's the most local one. And not now, there's another one that popped up. But Southern Tier, the one thing I don't care for with Southern Tier beers is they just try to overdo everything. They just try to throw as much alcohol or hops at different beer styles just to be like, we could make a quadruple or triple this. And I don't tend to care that much for overdoing things. I don't find it necessary to make a triple IPA. Why do we need more alcohol in there? You know, I like IPAs tend to have more alcohol anyways, be in that 6-7%, 8% range. Like, why do we need an 11% IPA? Dogfish Head has some good beers too. They tend to overdo things as well. If you guys could smell it in here, it's one of my favorite things about brewing beer at home is it makes my whole house smell like beer. I bumped up the heat on that a little bit, and I wanted to make sure it was still boiling well. We need a triple IPA because people need their beers to taste like cold piss. What? I am going to make a quadruple IPA, but I'm doing a different way. So oftentimes your doubles, triples, and quads are all about like the intensity and the amount of alcohol in the beer. Now for JC, they call JC the Quad Father because he held all 4 Castlevania world records at one time. So the 3 on the Nintendo and the 1 on the Super Nintendo. At one time, he held all 4 records. So they called him the Quad Father. Well, I reached out to JC and said, I want to brew you a beer. And he says, I like IPAs, but he doesn't like them too over the top. So I wanted to brew a beer called the Quad Father. So this actually, guys, maybe we'll brew this beer next. And maybe we can get it to JC, maybe not, but at least maybe we'll brew the beer. The idea is instead of being 4 times the alcohol, we're going to use 4 hops. So we're going to use 4 hops, and we're going to hop it in 4 different ways. So there's your 4. There's your quad. 4 hops, 4 ways. Quad. And it's going to be an IPA. But because it's for Castlevania, we're going to throw a little roasted barley in there and try to tweak the color so it's red. So it's going to be an amber IPA. 4 types of hops. Still be in that like 6.5%, 7% alcohol. And then I got these flask bottles to put it in. So like holy water from Castlevania, only the beer will be red. It'll be in a flask bottle, and I want to dip the top in red wax, and then I'm gonna put them in a. I'm gonna make a casket out of wood, and I'm gonna get him the case of beer in a casket-shaped wood crate with wax cover. It's just for fun. Just for fun. But I want to do that, so maybe we could do that beer next. And I could take you guys through the whole process of designing the beer as well. In fact, we got 27 minutes. Let's bring up Brew Smith. Oh, I don't have Brew Smith on this computer. Never mind. Do I have? I don't have Brew Smith on this computer. We'll bring up Brew Smith this in the next couple weeks, and together we can design the recipe. Founders makes good beer. Founders makes an all-day IPA that's great. Jagard, I'm trying not to drink too much beer, but I've been doing extra walking to kind of balance it out. Uganda's what's going on? Sounds delicious. Can we throw it at the ground and reveal a new weapon? No. Well, I guess a shard of glass. Bruce Smith from the Buffalo Bills. Bruce Smith. Bruce Smith is a software that was developed for people to, or it was written for people to make their own beer recipes. It's a really nice software. And you build a recipe and you can print out the whole thing, and it gives you all the steps and everything, and we can make recipes using that. That's what I use to create the recipes. For example, you're pretty. This is my printout for the Ryu Hayabusa. I brewed it, or I wrote this recipe with a guy from a local beer place, so it's called Nate's Rye. But it shows, basically, it's got the grain bill, what is actually in the grist, the grain. It shows the yeast we're using. It shows the hops that we're using. Shows all the temperatures, water volumes, when we're adding hops, how we're mashing, how we're fermenting, stuff like that. It just gives you a recipe, and we build all of this in BrewSmith. You can share and network with something. Oh, absolutely. So I write a recipe in BrewSmith, and I send it to my friend that owns the the brewing store. He's got a brewing store, brew pub. He's about 40 minutes away. Really, every time I go there, this is how fantastic it is. I walk in, I'll send him a recipe. He will go into the back, weigh the grains out, grind them, hand me a bag of grains, and then we'll sit 10 feet away. We'll sit at his brew pub and we'll taste beers for an hour or two, and then I'll go home. You know, it's really, really fun. He's got hundreds of beers to try and different things. He's actually turning his business into a small brewery where you can go there with your recipe and brew a scaled batch of your beer. We could take the Ryu Hayabusa, run it through his system, and then brew barrels of it. And then he can serve them at the establishment, which is just fantastic. So it allows home brewers to use a full setup. It's just such an interesting and cool idea. Jagard, I've made an oatmeal stout. I like oatmeal stouts. We finished Darkwing Suck yesterday, Marlik. No, we didn't even really play Darkwing Suck yesterday. I I went hard on Zelda yesterday. We had a 2-hit in Zelda 1 yesterday, which is good. In fact, the run of Zelda 1 yesterday was essentially a 1-hit. And I know that people will be like, well, you got hit twice. Well, I got hit the second time because when I was finishing the game, there was a room where I would normally stand on the edge of the room and just kill all the enemies. But I got impatient and I'm like, I'll just run through here and dodge. I would not have run through that room had I been on 0 hits. Yeah, and then we got distracted with Z2 a little bit, which is acceptable. Always. So we could talk a little bit about how we're going to get the beer to JC. So you guys are familiar with what do they call it? A fire brigade? The concept of a fire brigade back in the day, there'd be a line of firemen and they would be handing one bucket to the next person and the bucket would get to the fire, they would dump it, and then so you're constantly filling buckets and making a line out of handing the bucket. They call it a fire brigade, I believe. Anyways, because I can't get beer to JC. He lives West Coast, I'm on the East Coast. I can't drive for 2 days to deliver beer. As much as I would love to make a road trip out of it and to deliver beer to JC, I don't think I can do that. Yeah, bucket brigade. So what I would like to do is I would like to drive. I think I've got the first step. The first step, I'm going to drive 4 or 5 hours to TVS Chaser. And then I'll get it to Chaser. And then Chaser will find somebody else that he can drive and get it to. And we'll find somebody else that he can drive and get it to. And we're looking to get the case of beer to JC. Marley says, what if I drove you? I'm sure my wife would totally be down for it. I don't know if my wife would be down for it. Marley, I'd go on a road trip with you. Problem is the amount of time. How long would it take to drive east to west nonstop? 40 hours? Is it something like that? I want to say it's like 40 hours. Yeah, it's essentially a relay. It's 12 hours for me to get to you. Yeah, that's. I'm talking, Lucky, I'm talking nonstop. Wouldn't take 70, 3 days is 76 hours or whatever. Wouldn't take that long. No, 72 hours. Vegas can be done in 21 hours nonstop from North Carolina. I don't think it would take that long. Well, let's see. So it's I think he's in North California. Let's do, I know a city we can go to. $35 hours. So for me, nonstop about 35 hours is what it would take. So if you had a group of people.
How much a soul goes for? 2 chicks at the same time, man.
How's the stream going? Warlock, it's going great. How's your day going? We're over the hump. We're over the hump. We've got 20 minutes before we get ready to finish up the brew, chill the beer, put it into a carboy, and start fermentation. So I could never do it in 5 days. It would have to be, I would rent a car. We would get a group so that either we do the bucket brigade, or we rent a car, we get a group of 3 drivers together, 4 drivers together, 4 drivers and do 6-hour shifts or ish. So 4 people rent a car, drive out there, do it in 35 hours, stay there for a day and fly home. It's the only way I'd be able to do it. Rome, he's in California. He's about as far west as you can go. And that's the problem. Like Rome said, you have to pass through here. It would be cool to make it more like stop here, visit people, do this, blah, 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 blah. It would be cool to do that, but I wouldn't have time. Don't threaten you with a good time. It would be a good time, Marlick. Warlock just got sent home. Have a beer. It's not that different, Lucky, than Pennsylvania. We're just basically fields of corn. And cows. You know, as much as I would love to do that, it doesn't make sense. It almost makes more sense to find somebody and pay them to do it. Long live Athena. I haven't had alcohol in over 4 years. Well, you probably don't need to start now. Didn't we just listen to this song? I don't know. We're playing a 6-hour-long playlist, so let's skip ahead. There. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the best way to do it would be. I really don't. I think the best thing, I would love to meet up with JC and hang out and try the beer. Like, so that would be the best thing to do. But getting me out there would require driving. And I wonder how much it's expensive. Like if I took a Hertz rental car and drove it out there and left it there, I think it's quite a bit more expensive. But I'm not sure. Oh, I see. The song's called is from Deja Vu, so is a joke. I didn't get it. I'm sure other people did. Frosted Pears, it's just too smart for me. Cars are cheap if you're going route. Yeah, I mean, like, so I can go for 60, 80 bucks a day or something like that. I mean, you can get a rental car for a decent price for 3-4 days. But if you're leaving it on the other side of the country, I know they do that, but I wonder how much they would charge for it. Here's the other option. Are you ready for it? Everybody shut up. Everybody shut up. A great option. The other option is I have a friend that runs a business where he takes people on trips, adventures. So he's got like a Sprinter van all decked out with sleeping arrangements and everything. And his business is to take people across the country. We live in a very rural town with lots of Amish. And Amish people like to take trips, but they don't have cars. So he'll often do Amish people and take them on trips, but it's not just that. He'll take people out to Vegas and take people to the giant hole in the ground, Grand Canyon, stuff like that. So it's what he does. I could potentially hire him. He could drive out there. I don't have enough time. I would fly back and he would drive the car back. and pair it with another trip. Or I potentially could work with him and have him take the beer out for me, because he's gonna, and I could be like, hey, you're already going out west. Could you take this beer to this place out west? Plan C would fly JC to you. No, I want him to have the beer at his house. Like, I want, because the casket and stuff like that, it's going to be small. It'll be a keepsake for him. Are you going to listen to the village people go west? Probably not. Probably not. The other thing I could do is walk. That option hasn't been brought up yet. I could always walk. Abe, it's almost beer 30 for me. Got a couple more minutes. As soon as this beer is in a fermenter, I'm going to sit down and we are going to taste the other beer. Just in a moment's time. How the hell are ya? Hiya! Looking good. I just bumped the heat up. I'll probably have to check that out a little bit. Retro Runner, what's going on, bud? Retro Runner! You know, that kind of stuff. Want to Xmas beers with chat Slack? Yes, I do. Yes. What beer? Who picked the last one? Did you pick Hogargariathan? I picked Southern Tier IPA. I think you picked Hogargariathan. We have to drink a Christmas beer? I mean, it would have to be one. Explain why you don't just ship it. I'm sure I missed that part. It's illegal. Jaggy Man. To my understanding, because of state laws and regulations, there's no 100% legal way for me to ship a case of beer that I brewed to JC in California. Is there ways to do it? Yes. But no matter how you try to do it, it would be illegal. You can't send alcohol across, but this is how I understand it. Essentially, you can't send alcohol in the United States Postal Service. You can't send liquids, I don't think, period. Legally, they don't want you to, do that. UPS or any of the other ones, technically, I would have to have a license to do that. The way I understand it. Winter beers are by far the worst of the year. I'm not a big fan. I could use a big fan. It's hot. I think host is kind of your idea. Don't matter to me. Beers are like, I like our Xmas seat. You pick then. You pick, and I want you to knock my socks off. You pick the best one. It better be good, or I'll hate you forever. That's my option. That is my proposal to you. You choose Christmas beers because I think they're all kind of meh. I like some of them, but I like a Christmas beer or anything like that in like 4 ounces, and then I'm good. Quick Google search seems to indicate you can. Maybe there's a limit on quantity. Now, Jaggy Man, expand your search a little bit into different like states and such. You can travel and check a bag of beers. You technically, but Retro Runner, can I check a wooden coffin full of beers? I'm asking for a friend. Walking sounds like the best idea. Ask for forgiveness rather than permission. Nah. Pay an unemployed friend $250. That is a possibility. Yeah, no pressure, Retro Runner. Just it has to be the best Christmas beer I've ever had. You flooded a hotel room. Not true. Not true. That wasn't the last time. Yeah, imagine going through TSA with a coffin full of beers. All right, I'm going to put this chiller in. Well, I've got 15 minutes after this comes up. So no, I'm not quite ready yet. I've never heard this song. What game's this from? Should I check? No, so here's the thing. I don't think I can fly with the beers. I don't think so. I know you can fly with beer. It's allowed. And maybe you could get a hold of the airport and make a special, like, inquiry and find out. And yes, I think there would be a way to ship it. I would be worried that bottles would get broken. I would be worried what would happen. And I would also like to have one of the beers with JC. I think that would be fun as well. So I'm leaning towards this. You ready? Everyone, shut up. I'm leaning towards, first off, I need to try making the beer. Step one, I have to try making it. I have to see if the beer's good. So let's brew that beer next. Step one. Also, I want to see how these bottles, these flask bottles, hold carbonation. So we can brew the beer and I can bottle some of them in here and see how well the bottles hold carbonation to see if I can bottle them in these bottles. These are not particularly made for beer, but they do have a good seal. And I've tested them with some other beers that seem to work all right, but I would like to have a good test. So step two, try the beer, brew it, put it in there and see how it works. And then if all goes well, brew another batch. And that batch is the batch that I'm actually going to take out there. And then do one of two things. Find a way to ship it out there and then fly out to meet him. Or retro road trip. Retro road trip, I recruit the Retro Runner, myself, and maybe a handful of other people. And we set up like live streams along the way. And we take a week and a half and go out there and come back. We could stop it. We would bring Beta X with us. Beta, you still here? Open your ears. We bring Beta X with us, like king of mobile setups for streaming. We would stop at different places, different streamers' places, different hotels, do streams. We'd drive 10 hours a day. It would take us 3 or 4 days to get out there. We'd stay there for a day and then drive back. Or in this case, we would go out there and do that, and then we would all fly home. That's what we would do. We'd drive 10 hours a day, stopping, and we would record content while we're out there. You know, as we're going, we would record video of the trip, stupid shit that's happening. We would do live streams at night from hotels or whatever, or other streamers' places. And we can plan this for next fall, like a year from now. Something like that. Something that makes sense. Or we plan it for Portland Retro and we go out, we drive out there, we do the JC thing, and then we get up to Portland Retro for the con and then fly home from there. Lucky says, I would drive for days to hang out with JC. You may have the opportunity, Lucky. Wasn't sure which facial expression to use there. I wouldn't want to. We would be crammed in like sardines. We would be getting the most fuel efficient vehicle we could, especially if we were leaving it there, and we would just be loading it up with the gear that we need. 3 minutes. I'm gonna put the chiller in. So I just put that chiller in. Essentially, that chiller is a coil of copper that you can see coming out that way. Coming out of the top of it, there's an inlet and an outlet. I'm going to be able to hook up my garden hose to that and pump cold water through the inside of that copper, and the water will come out hot on the other side. The water never comes in contact with the beer. Now, the chiller I always keep clean, but it's not really sanitized. So I put the chiller into the beer with 15 minutes left. In that chiller, I'm going to bring the beer back up to boiling, and then that chiller is going to be boiling in the beer for 15 minutes, which will completely sanitize that unit while it's in there. Unit. Then, when I'm ready, I'll cut off the heat to the beer and I'll pump cold water through the chiller and bring the temperature of the beer down. There'll be cold water cycling through the chiller, and then the beer itself will be pumping in a circle as well. So we get circulation of beer with a cold coil inside there to chill it. We want to bring it down to a cold temperature as fast as possible. What's up, baby? I just got to keep track of that because it's got to get back up to a boil. And when that beer turns into the boil, it tends to foam and want to foam over. So I just have to, because the boil got knocked down when I put that cold chiller in. And then we've got to set the timer for 15 minutes. So when we have about 5 minutes left, I'm going to put a tablet in. It's a coagulant. It's called Whirlflock. Essentially what it's going to do is I'm going to put it in there and it's going to mix in with the beer as it's boiling, but it's going to act as a coagulant in the fermenter and pull some of the solids down. Some of the hops that are in there, some of the grains that made it through. It's going to kind of bring all that stuff down to settle and help to get the beer clarified. I'm also going to, at 5 minutes left, I'm going to start the pump. So the pump itself is also technically not sanitized, but with 5 minutes left, I'll start that pump and I'll pump boiling liquid through that pump for 5 minutes, and that'll sanitize the pump as well. Crammed in like, yeah, exactly. So Sirulamading Bishling Bing. Sir Slabanganong. Too bad I can't get you in here at work. Blast chiller sounds like it would be helpful. Oh, you're saying at work is it? That would be nice. Yeah, you could like sit on it and cold water pump through it. Cold 40-degree well water being pumped through there. Chill you right down. Yeah, I think that step one is brewing the beer. Oh, an amber IPA? Sounds fantastic. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do, which is nice. So we'll have the Ryu Hayabusa, and then a month from now, before we go to GDQ, we will brew the Quadfather, which would be a Castlevania-themed beer. Oh, I see. You have a blast chiller at work. Gotcha. Read it wrong. No, I would like to get a plate chiller. So there's another way. So that right here, I've got a pump that'll pump the beer around. Well, I'm going to pump the beer around and then pump cold water through that coil, and it's going to cool the beer down. Now, I can also run the beer through a plate chiller, which can cool it even faster. So I would circulate the beer through a plate chiller. I don't have one of those, and I'm probably not going to get one because what I use works. I'm excited. I am out of coffee. I'm gonna get beer soon. Well, we've done brew streams before where, because there is a little bit of downtime. Like right now I have an extra 5 minutes or so, nothing to do, a little downtime. And in brew streams before, we've tried to jam in, like playing games and stuff as well. But there's really not enough downtime to do that. I don't know if there's a way to do that. Do you guys think is necessary to spruce the brew stream up at all? Or are they more just like a fun kind of just chatting brew stream? Speaking of which, I think I'm on retro right now. Whatever. It's kind of retro brew day. Warlock likes it like this. It's easier this way as well. It's a little bit different, but it's easier this way. I'm curious to how I could actually edit this up to make a YouTube video out of it, but I'm gonna try. You're earning so many nyalers at this rate, you can shave the beard by February. What do you mean shave the beard? I don't know what you mean by that. Shave the beard? Why would I shave my beard? Oh, Bobo, yeah. I don't know why I would ever shave my beard. It seems like a stupid thing to do. Guess I'm confused. He doesn't know it's gone. What's gone? What's gone? As soon as I put it back up, who's saying I'm ever putting that back up again? I have to say, though, I'm very grateful for Chris, since Chris had 1 million and was ready to shave the beard. Instead, he redeemed, we learned the Bionic Commando speedrun, which was a lot of fun. I should have at least done a run of that, though. I wonder why we stopped early. My brain probably was just weird. So I feel like we never even put a run together. All right. Take your pill! Yeah, Jagard, when I first started streaming, I put out an outrageous 1 million point redemption, and it wasn't shave, it was cut my beard off. I don't want to shave my face because it's just, it would be, if I cut my beard off, I would immediately grow it again. So I would cut it, trim it as short as the trimmers would go, essentially shaving it off without actually using a razor, because I wouldn't want to go through the X amount of days of stupid, uncomfortable face just for a one-time haha. It's true, Chris. This is true. We do need to go back through. I feel like we need to go back through Bionic Commando. And what if we did this? Chris, what if we switched it and did a flawless Bionic Commando instead of the speedrun? What if we switched it and did that? Because I feel like we didn't do enough for that challenge. All right. So now we've got boiling liquid going through the pump, sanitizing the pump. We've got the chiller in the boiling wort. Chiller is sanitized. In 4 minutes and 20 seconds exactly, the beer will be done being boiled. We will shut the heat off. We will start pumping cold water through the chiller and leave the pump circulating, and we're going to bring the wort, which is 212 degrees, or whatever boiling is, depending on what's in the liquid, I guess. 212's boiling point, but I don't know. And then we're going to bring it all the way down to probably 80 degrees. We wanted to ferment. We want to ferment the beer at room temperature, about 68 to 70 degrees, which is where I keep it in the room in here. But to bring it down that far will take a little extra time. Once I get it down to 80, it can slowly cool down from there. But 80 degrees is going to be a good temperature for us to pitch the yeast into. So as soon as this alarm goes off, I will start it chilling. It's going to take about 10 minutes to chill. While that's chilling, I'm going to get my fermenters sanitized and get everything ready for that next step. Hi, honey.
Did you go out to the shed today?
I did. I had to get a bucket.
Okay.
Is it the door's not closed?
Yeah. I was just making sure it wasn't dead. You have achieved greatness
Thanks.
in a sauna.
It's nice in here.
You've made a sauna.
I have made a sauna in here. That's not true. It's not true. It is warm in here, though. But I've got the fan going. I'm pumping air out. I mean, I've done everything besides opening that door. Hey, I can open that door.
Dork.
Oh, that's going to be so much better.
I thought you liked the sauna.
I do like the sauna, but not right now.
Hi, Warlord Zen.
We've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds before I've got to do a bunch more work.
All right, story time for Warlord Zen.
Okay. I don't know if he deserves it.
Floating arm. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a good one. How did Slack convince you to hike and camp in freezing weather? It wasn't much convincing. He said, hey, do you want to hike the Appalachian Trail? And I said, yeah, that's how.
My wife's easy.
And then the reason we had to start in February was actually because of me. So, floating
Ooh,
in.
actually, do that one. Worst day on the AT.
Oh, the worst day on
Actually,
AT.
this would be cool. You put your hand in as I put my hand out. Ready? Go back. Ready? One. No, wait. Up higher, though.
Like, so they coincide?
Yeah, so it looks like my hand goes out, in. No, up here.
Oh.
And
Oh,
go
I
in,
see.
out. Not quicker. In, out. That was close enough. Up top.
We cannot get a...
So Warlord Zen says worst day on the AT.
Worst day on the AT. So,
I have one.
I think
That I
it's
think
the same one.
For you, Franconia Ridge.
Oh, no.
You were bummed on that one.
I was thinking Smokies.
Yeah,
It
that was
wasn't
the
the
hardest
worst
day.
day, yeah.
That was the hardest day. I feel like Franconia Ridge and the mental part of like just wanting to be done was a bad day for
I'll
you.
talk about Franconia Ridge next. I feel like we've talked about Smokies before. So Franconia Ridge is like this beautiful ridge in the Whites in New Hampshire, and the day we were supposed to cross it was actually a storm. So we actually took a 0 day so that we would cross it on like beautiful weather. Is that's the best dancer ever, I hear. You know it in Ubito. I don't know who that is.
Beto.
Anyway. So it shouldn't have been the worst day ever. It was just one of those days.
Not you.
Not ever. It wasn't the worst day ever. It shouldn't have been the worst day on the AT, and secretly I don't think it is, but he wanted me to talk about this day. But it was just one of those. What are you doing back there? It was just one of those days where
No.
oh, jeepers creepers, there is water everywhere. It was one of those days where I was just like not in the mood to be around people, and Franconia Ridge and the following mountains that follow it are some of the presidentials are very popular, and it was a beautiful day in New Hampshire in probably mid to late June. So, ooh, do that again. Go back there. Go back to where you were. Go further. Go further. Turn around. Turn around the other way. Look at your thing. Look at your. I'm poking your butt. I'm poking your butt. I'm poking your butt. Okay. Anyway, it was there. I just didn't want to be around people, and there were so many people, and I was just a grumpy bum. So that's what he thinks my worst day ever was. But that tells you how much he can perceive things, because it really wasn't the worst day on the AT. But I was just a grumpy bum. That was not a good story.
No, I liked it. I thought it was good. You did great.
All right.
You can continue to talk.
No, I have to go. I'm in a cleaning frenzy.
Okay, I have to get stuff cleaned for this. Like
We're both in a cleaning frenzy.
Okay, I gotta clean out the chiller and stuff up
I
top.
have to clean out things that matter.
I'm gonna be 50 minutes and I'll be done. So
Oh.
about 1 o'clock.
A whole new world. I thought you'd be doing this like all day.
I did it.
Bye.
It was me that sang good. All right, bye.
A whole new world.
Got it. Me. It was me again.
Bye.
Bye. You're pretty.
The real worst day was Smokies. Ask me about that next time you hear my voice.
I will tell of days of Smokies. I am not tall enough. Come here. So the chiller is really pretty effective. It's already down to about 100 degrees. So we've dropped well over 100 degrees in just the last 3-4 minutes. Chris, I'm playing from one of Dan Carnate's playlists on YouTube. So Dan is he does some retro music and some gaming streams and stuff on Twitch. But it's one of Dan's playlists. Mm-hmm. Drink from a bucket. No, that's stupid. I wouldn't do that. Just out here proving buckets are better. You can't brew beer with a spoon. Yes, you can. Look at the size of it. Magical. I don't know what you're talking about with that bucket propaganda, but you should stop it. Also, just like a spoon to wear Crocs. Heck yeah, I wear Crocs. They're old, they're beat up. Yeah, Chris, what I like is he did a good job putting them all together. I think he balanced the audio pretty well, and it's like a 6-hour playlist. Dan, I don't know what I'm talking about. Watch this. Bam, nailed it, flipped it, switched it, dropped it. There it is. There. Oh, I didn't push enter. Enter. There it is. Get playlisted right there. Mm-hmm. True, Dan, you know it. Spoons forever. So as soon as we drop a little bit more temperature, this is the bucket. This is the bucket of Star San sanitizer that's really white. Light's too bright, maybe. And then I've got the sanitizer in 2 carboys. So I like to ferment my 5-gallon batches in 2 separate carboys. Main reason is when it's called the high Kreuzen of fermentation. When the beer is fermenting at its most vigorous, the beer can overflow out of the fermenters easily. And I've got a lot of trub. Trub is the debris, the debris that comes along with brewing, lots of extra grains and hop debris and stuff like that. So the trub is going to fill up the fermenter, plus the 5 gallons of beer, and it's only a 5-gallon carboy. They're pretty darn full, and when they ferment vigorously, they tend to overflow and make a mess. So what I do is I'll fill up the 5-gallon fermenter most of the way, leaving a good set of headspace. Same thing with the gallon fermenter. In fact, I would even, I could even take it and not use a gallon. I could use I've got a couple 2-gallon fermenters, but I think the gallon will be good enough. And I'll do my best to fill those up and ferment out of them. And then after about 2 weeks, I'll rack them together and rack them off of the debris, the trub. Nintendo, what's going on, buddy? How you been? You did miss the majority of the brew stream. Sadness. Sadness in our soul parts. Let me see. Ooh, we're almost there. Hey, we're almost there. Nah. We'll do one more shake, shake, shake. Foam is good. All right, we've got it down to a cold enough temperature now to throw the beer in there, and then we'll move on to the next part of the prosthesis. Aha, that's what I wanted to say. Important bit of information. Oftentimes in brewing, there's 2 sides of the boil, the hot and the cold side. Essentially what they're talking about is until you chill this down, you're boiling everything. You don't have to be that sanitary because everything's going to be boiled. Now that we have boiled everything and we've brought the wort down to 80 degrees is what I'm going to pitch at here. Now we have to be worried about sanitation. And that's why I've already cleaned my hands up and I've got the carboys all cleaned up, because at this point in time, we've got a perfect solution for bacterial growth. I mean, we've got 80 degree sugar water. And so when we get this in here, we want the yeast to have no competition. So we want to make sure everything is as clean as possible from this point on. All right. getting cold in here now. So that was the next step. So we've taken the beer now from the boil kettle and we've pumped it into our 2 fermenters. Like I said, I could fit majority of this all into the one, but there wouldn't be any room for it to bubble and to ferment, and it would end up boiling or bubbling over. So by splitting it, and you'll start to see, if you look at this small one, you'll see how it's starting to coagulate. That's that Warflock tablet. It's clinging on to all of the debris and settling out, and you'll see this settle rather quickly. But right now we're at the next step. We've got it at the temperature for yeast to pitch, which is great, but there's one thing lacking in this beer that is crucial for fermentation, and that is air. We've just boiled this liquid for an hour, and we've essentially boiled off most of the oxygen that's in there. Yeast needs that sugar to eat, that good temperature, and oxygen. It needs to breathe. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna pump oxygen back into this beer. I use a fish tank bubbler to put oxygen in, and at the end of the bubbler, I have a stone that breaks the air into little, real fine bubbles, and that makes it easier for the beer to absorb the air. And I've got an inline air filter that filters out any bacteria that's in the air. So I filter the air and I make it into really fine bubbles and I put it back into the beer. Once we've added the beer or the oxygen back to the beer, then we can pitch the yeast and be done with that process. Look at the big one. Look at the very layer at the top of it. You can see it start to separate. Weevilo, we're almost done with the brewing, but we're also going to do some tasting too. So, what's up, buddy? Sassy's here. Why don't you talk to Sassy? Do it.
What in the wide world of buns?
Like I said a second ago, this is where it is the most important to be sanitary. So you saw I brought the bubbler down, but there's a hose there. In the hose has the air filter and the stone on the other end of it. But I want to put that hose in, I just put it in my sanitizer. I'm gonna let it sit in my sanitizer for a minute or two, just to make sure that it's sanitized before I drop it into the beer. This is the point where mistakes are made. Well, throughout the entire brewing process, timing and temperatures, lots of mistakes can be made, but they're going to make subtle changes to the beer. Whereas maybe I could be like, this has subtle this. I can't. I don't care. But this is where you can make bad mistakes. You can get a bacteria in there, and you can have a beer spoil on you. This is where you got to be more careful. The real magic happens after you drink the beer. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. So, when in doubt. Yeah, when in doubt. That looks like I was doing something else. Okay.
Hi, I'm Slacking here. Ding-a-dogger, ding-a-dogger, ding-a-dogger.
I don't know if you guys can see that or not. It's over here. I think you guys can probably see it. Does it show up on the camera? Yeah, you can see it there a little bit, but that's pumping that air in there. It'll probably bubble over a little bit, and I'm fine with that. But I've taken that fish bubbler, and it's forcing that air through a real fine stone that adds the air back to the liquid. And that little, you see that little disc there? That's an inline air filter. Who does the kid's voice? I'm Slackinator. Sounds like a voice actor. Ha! That is me. I'm Slackinator. Dinky dorky. That's me, for sure. It's me. Sounds just like me. Do it again. Do it again. It's totes me. Totes my goats me. I didn't do my best work. It's mid AF. And sus, because it doesn't sound like me.
I'm Slackinator. Dinky dorker.
I can't take credit. That is the great Sassy McPhee right there. Cannot take credit for it. Hey, look at this. It's growing. You can do it. Oh, overflowing. Overflowing with bubbles. Cool shades. The flawlessness in the brew making. Yeah. We're flawlessly making beer. So while that is adding air back, I have the nasty job here. I've got to clean up the boil kettle. So our boil kettle just got done making this wort, which is essentially a very sugary liquid. If I don't clean it off of the equipment now, it can be a real problem. So I'm going to let this put air in it for the next 3-4 minutes while I clean that out. And clunk, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. We have done it. We have brewed a full 5-gallon batch of the Ryu Hayabusa. I'm missing out on conversations, but I'll catch back up. I'm going to grab a beer and I'm going to lower the desk down. We're going to sit down and we'll finish out the brew stream, have a conversation, do some tastings of this Rygar Red, and I'll catch up on a little bit of chat. But let me know if you have any other questions about, the beer. It is done now. This will ferment for, I'll probably let it ferment for 2 weeks, and then I will combine them into one container. There'll be a lot of debris that gathers at the bottoms of these. And when I combine them into one container, it should make for a nice full 5-gallon batch of beer. I'll let it ferment for another week. So for a total of 3, then I'll put it into a keg, put it into the kegerator and carbonate it. And it should be carbonated and ready to go for GDQ. So let me, I've also got, I cleaned out the boil kettle. And then I filled it up with, I rinsed the pumps out, and then I filled it up with water, and now I'm heating the water up in the boil kettle right now and circulating it through the pump. This way, I've rinsed the pump out, and now I'm gonna use warm water to rinse out and clean any residual sugars that are left in the hoses and in the pumps. And then I'm gonna pour a beer, and I'll be right back. Ladies and Crocs. Absolutely Crocs. My feet are going to get all wet if I'm not wearing Crocs. So this is the Rygar Red. It's really hard to see. You guys are probably going to be able to see some hues of red in the beer. It looks just really dark. The beer itself, it's obviously going to look a little darker in a mug. I can get, ooh. Nope. I'm trying my best, to show off the red. Right there, this is the best you're gonna get right there. But it turned out orange-ish. My water volumes were a little bit off, so I didn't get the red hue that I was looking for in the beer. And because this is a big mug of beer, it's thicker, so it's going to be a deeper color. If it was in a pint glass, it would definitely be more. It would not be as dark as this if it was in a pint glass, which would show off the red a little bit more. But either way, I missed the water volume, so I didn't get the red color that I was looking for. But Rygar Red, cheers. This is what we brewed. This is what TBS Chaser and I brewed a couple months ago. I've always loved an Irish red beer. Killian's Irish Red was one of the beers that made me want to start brewing beer. Killian's Irish Red is a lager, whereas this is an ale. We've talked about that earlier today. The difference between ales and lagers and why it's easier to brew an ale. This was our take on trying to replicate a Killian's. My system, this is, it's actually carbonated really well, but I didn't have the head on it. So when I am not drinking out of those kegs, I shut everything down and I turn the CO2 off for fear that it's going to bleed some CO2 somewhere in the system and end up wasting CO2. So I would say this is carbonated well, but I should kick the CO2 on and bring this up. This is probably like 9 or 10 PSI. This would be good at like 12 PSI carbonation, and it would give me more of that frothy beer. I also poured it on a side to kind of, I wasn't sure how it was. I haven't poured a beer out of that keg for the last week. I wasn't sure what it was going to be, and I didn't want to just froth it way up. So I would make some tweaks to this if I was going to be drinking more of it. Maybe if I turned it on its side, you get a little red. A little bit. Either way, it didn't turn out the red that I wanted. Haven't had a Killian's in a while, a favorite when I started drinking. 30 under 40. Killian's is such a good beer. When we were brewing beer here, and this was 3 bachelors living in this house, and we brewed beer every weekend, we had the kegerator fridge out here in the brewery, and then in the garage leading to the house, we had a beer or another kegerator that had a half barrel of Killian's at all times. We always had a half barrel of Killian's on tap in that garage for the house. And that wasn't the stuff that we had out here. It looks more like an amber. This or this? This is an amber. This is an Irish red. What are the tasting notes for the reds? I can never discern a unique taste to them. So if I was to say that the thing that distinguishes reds or ambers from other beers would be a maltiness or a breadiness to the beer. And listen to me, fancy pants here. I don't know. So I've drank enough beers and I've tasted beers from breweries. I've went on tour brewery. I have a vast amount of beers that I've tried, and I couldn't really tell you what the fuck people are talking about when they're talking about beers. I'm honest about it. I like Irish red beers. I like amber beers. And I would say when I'm breathing out through my nose and I'm tasting the beer, I get what I believe to be malt, which is that grainy sweetness that can come with beers. And that's what I would say would separate this from a lighter, more crisp, like your traditional pilsners and lagers and stuff like that, or your pilsner, which is lager, and then even your pales, your blondes, other light beers don't have that malt characteristic. Oh, I stepped out for a second and missed that part. So yeah, Courtney, this is the beer that we finished. So you can see it's like I said, I put that Warflock tablet in, which is a coagulant. That's what all of the debris at the bottom is. So that Warflock tablet is latched onto all of the bits of grain and hop and whatever, and it's pulling it down out of the beer. So this beer has got yeast in it. It is brewed, it is chilled, the yeast is pitched, and this will ferment for the next 2 weeks before I put the two together, ferment it a little bit longer, and then it'll go into a keg for conditioning and drinking. What makes it red? So what makes a beer give its color is the roasting of the barley itself. It's how much you roast something. Here's a really good way of thinking about it. How long you leave your toast in the toaster. So they literally roast barley, malted barley for beers. Now, if you take a barley that's not roasted, it's a shame I don't have any other barley here. This is a pale 2-row barley. So this is the grain that I use to make this beer. This is a portion of the grain that I use to make this beer. This is your base malt. When you're brewing and you're using this pale 2-row, what you're getting out of this base malt is sugar, starch, converted to sugar. You're getting essentially the alcohol with very little flavor brought into the beer. Now, you can use rice and different things to also create the sugar that's not imparting flavors or colors. So there's an SRM value, a color value for each type of roasted barley. So you'll get a barley and you'll roast it to a certain degree and it'll add a certain amount of color, and it gets farther and farther and farther. The more you roast it and the darker you get it. There are malts called black malts. Roasted barley is what went into this red to give it. I should have put the red in doing it. I chose the wrong glass to show off the red. So now you should be able to see, well, you can see my face in there, which is kind of funny. The lighting makes it different. You can definitely see the color involved in that now. Like I said, it turned out a little more orange than red. Probably just the lighting in general in here. Ooh, I can turn this one back on. Maybe this will help again. There you go. So now, there it is. That's what you want to see. Now, like I said, beer turned out a little more orange than red. And I think what the reason for that is my water volumes were off, and I had a little bit more water than I should have in the batch, which led the batch to be slightly watered down on a color scale. The color is a little bit particular, especially with reds. You're using a roasted barley, but you're using an extremely dark barley and in a very small amount. So the grain bill for the red was the grain bill for the red was, so this is a 10-gallon batch. 16 pounds of the base malt, 16 pounds of the malt that has no color in it. And then it was 1 pound of a caramel crystal malt 60, which is kind of like medium roast. 1 pound of a Cara red malt, which is another kind of a medium roast. And then 8 ounces, so a half a pound of a roasted barley. So a half a pound of a really black malt, a really dark malt. And that's what gave it its red color. So if you think about, there's 18 pounds of grain and only a half of that, only a half a pound of that grain that we put in there is really, really dark. And that's a very small amount towards the total. So the ratio is very important to get a red beer. Because if we would put in a whole pound, the beer would be black, just black. So you have to get that just right to go through those shades of gold to orange to red before you get to black. So it's very important to hit that right and hit your water volumes right. And that's what I missed in this beer. Yeah, you can see the red in it now. Well, and so some people ask me, well, why is it that's like this certain beer is meant to be drank out of this glass or meant to be? Some of it does have to do with the color that we're looking for in the beer and the thickness of the glass. The thicker the glass, the more, I mean, look how dark that shit. This beer here is going to be a yellow beer. This is going to be a golden beer. So when you drink this beer, it's going to look like a gold color. It's not going to be dark at all. It sure looks dark, but it's because of how much beer your light's shining through. But this beer is actually going to turn out to be, it'll be much lighter than this, for sure. Chip TV, good luck on the beer. Any percent, yeah. Already made the beer, Chip TV. The beer is done. We brewed the Rygar, not the Rygar. This is the Rygar Red, but we brewed the Ryu Hayabusa. These are good questions. Gonna be Corona colored, probably a little darker. Probably a little darker than that yellow. Slightly towards golden. So, the next beer we're gonna brew is we're gonna brew the Quad Father, the Quad IPA for JC, which it's gonna be interesting because we're gonna try to make an amber IPA. But I think I'll bring you guys along in the process of making that recipe. So I have a software which happens to not be downloaded on this PC, but the software is called Brewsmith. So when we're looking at how much color we're going to get based off of what we're adding, we use this software called Brewsmith, and as we add grains, it'll calculate the SRM value and calculate the color that we're creating with the roasted barleys that we're using. So we'll use that software in developing this beer. The beer that I want to brew for JC, Quad Father, meaning we use 4 hops, and we're going to use them in 4 different ways. Because it'll be silly because it's a play on the number 4. We'll use some as bittering hops at the beginning of the boil. We'll use some as aroma hops at the end of the boil. We'll use some in the whirlpool or as we're chilling the beer at flame out in the whirlpool hop. And then we'll dry hop the beer. So we'll use hops in 4 different ways and 4 different varieties of hops to create the Quad Father, which is a play on for JC's 4 world records in Castlevania. I can tell that this beer did not turn out as good as I wanted it to. It isn't as good as the beer I brewed last time, which is a bit of a bummer. I can't really put my finger on it. Like I said, I'm not heading to the post office to send Dorkwing Duck Fantastic. I actually may wait until we get the cart, Warlord Zen. Again, hit me up on Discord with a time where we can chat. I want to go through some ideas and some things with you. I got to get you some money for that cart. Talk about the pond and other things that are I have ideas for. So let me know if there's a time that works for you. Forgot my train of thought. Naming a beer the Quadfather and not having it be a quad is... So I understand the reason. So here's the thing. The reason why we're naming it the Quadfather, JC is the only person to ever hold all 4 world records in Castlevania. They were referring to JC as the Quadfather. That's why we're naming it that. I want to play on 4, but JC does not really care for big beers, quadruples, doubles and triples, and I'm brewing the beer for him. So he and I talked about it, and that 7-8% alcohol is a good spot for the beer for him, and that's what he would like, and that's what I would like to brew for him. The name is a play on what people are already calling him because of the 4 world records. So without making it a quadruple and making it a big beer, my other way of playing with that number 4 is by using 4 hops in 4 ways. Quadfather. Bum bum ba-dum. Chris, speaking of Chaser was here when I brewed this beer. He may paid a visit here over the summer to hang out for a day or two, and then we brewed a batch of beer. Too bad it wasn't done. He couldn't drink it. So, Urkella, does that make sense to you? Because I understand having a beer, calling it a quad, but not having it be a big beer is the thing. You should make a beer for each successful FlawlessNES game and name them after each. Well, we basically have done that. So I would like to... Orkel is a former brewer here. Fantastic. Teach me stuff. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling up through chat now. Did you work at a brewery, or Urkella, are you a Lucky Yum? Thank you for the $10 donation.
Here's to the best beer brewer I know.
I don't know why I did that. Thank you for the $10 donation, Lucky Yum. Would throw me for a loop. You can call a beer whatever the heck you want. Yeah, but I agree. So you worked at a brewery. Were you a brewer at the brewery, or just worked at a brewery? I agree. Being at breweries and being part of the craft beer brewing and stuff, it makes sense if you're gonna have quad in a name that it is. And by quad, for people that aren't familiar, you get doubles and triples and quads. And quadruples. We call them big beers as you double, triple, quadruple, because essentially you're talking about the strength of the beer, the amount of alcohol that's in it. You get a double IPA. It's bigger. It's got more alcohol. There's more hops. It's just a bigger beer. So I don't know if it's directly, and maybe Urkella can verify this for me, because I have no certification in brewing other than brewing for 15 years at my house. Is there an actual number value for what determines it to be? Like, if you have an IPA that traditionally is in that 7% alcohol range, what constitutes a double, triple, quadruple IPA? Is there number cutoffs for the alcohol percentage? Is that where we're basing that off of? It's not even around anymore. Well, that's awesome. I'm glad that you stopped by. I have tons of questions for actual brewers. So my experience in brewing was, hey, Darkwings suck. These are all the things. These are all the things that I like. Boobs and other things. My experience is I bought this house when I was 22. So 22 is actually 17 years ago. So and we started brewing the first year that I lived here. So 17 years ago, I bought a house. 2 of my buddies moved in and we decided, hey, we're over 21 and we're beer drinking and we're going to make beer. So we dove into brewing beer, and brewing beer we didn't know anything about. And it wasn't as widely known back then. Like you could go online but as far as craft breweries and stuff, they weren't. 17 years ago was a long time ago in the age of craft and microbreweries. So we got enough information to realize that you used grain to make beer, and we skipped the whole extract. I don't want to say most because I don't know that for sure. A lot of people that homebrew, the amount of equipment needed to make beer from an extract, but when we mashed the grains today, if I mash those grains and boil them down into a sugar syrup, there's your extract. I can buy that. And then I can just add water to it and go directly to boiling, and I don't need to buy grains. There's a lot of more information than that, but essentially an extract you can add water to, boil, add your hops, and ferment, and it's an easier process. We didn't know about it, so we jumped directly into all grain brewing and basically jumped in over our heads, but learned a lot. And in the past 17 years, I haven't brewed out here every year of those, but for us, we were years, at least 5 years of brewing every single weekend with a group of friends. We had a cycle of beers and fermenters and in kegs, and we had 3 beers on tap at all times, and then as they would cycle off of the taps, we would bottle them, and we had a bottle fridge. We had this whole system, and we brewed a lot of beer, but I've never had anything more than reading books and researching online and trial and error myself. I've never had any formal training in brewing. So it's neat to have some people in chat that know more than me so that I can learn, because I like learning. Anyways. There's a guideline from the BJCP and a couple other groups that outline the color and alcohol levels that constitute each type of beer. No one out there is enforcing the rules. Any brewery can call something whatever they want, no legal consequences. Yeah, I actually have a chart. Used to have this hung on the wall. This is not exactly what I'm just going to go with Kel because I see it right in the name of it, but not exactly what Kel's saying here. But this gives you a list of beer styles and how they relate to each other. And there is just so many styles of beer. Now, what I use in Beersmith is it has a style guide in there, which leads you to what style of beer you want to make. You can either choose the style of beer and make your recipe according to what it says, or you could make a batch of beer and then find out what style it kind of falls under. But I wasn't sure if there was for like a triple or a quadruple, if it was based more off of the alcohol content or what. Yeah, the IBUs are going to come into play when you're getting from a pale ale to an IPA or whatever. I'm just working off of the doubles, triples, and quads. I know from my experience, it tends to be the bump in alcohol for the big beer. You have a periodic table on the wall. Is that what that is? I bet you that's essentially what that is. Jaguar, your dad used to talk about the IBUs a lot, international bittering units. There's 1 unit difference between High Life. Oh, I don't know. It's actually, it's interesting to think about, but those big breweries could probably hold to that level of precision. It's crazy how sophisticated the commercial breweries are to get such a constant and consistent product. Yeah, I think if I brewed this again, I'd want to lean into the malt a little more and maybe the sweetness in the red. So maybe, I don't know what yeast I use. I'm sure I used a red yeast. I definitely got to get the color right. So I gotta do better with water volumes for the beer. I definitely got to get the color right. Because it just turned out way too orange. That's the main source of bitterness, also affected by light. Ooh. Weird. This is information I didn't know. Yeah, I always wondered why Miller's in a clear bottle. And that's the day that they abducted me. They poked and prodded with their proby things. And in that moment, I began to cry. What will they do with my potatoes? What will they do with my potatoes? Wow, it's been a long time since we've heard the potato song. Boil them or fry them and with butter. I can't remember the whole song. Mash them, yeah. Boil them or mash them or fry them in butter. That's what it was. Yeah, this is the CB3 potato song. And that's the day that they abducted me. They poked and prodded with their proby things. So, guys, I think that is going to do it for the brew stream today. Chris, thank you for the gift sub to Kella TV. Kella. I just don't understand. I guess it just sounds funny. Kella, welcome. Kella, do you like to play Nintendo? Because that's what we really do. We brew beer, but we always play Nintendo. Here's the thing. Ooh, what's the thing? Per Kelly. Per Kelly. You've been called so many names. Well, your handles, it doesn't much matter. Kella TV. Or Kella TV. So, in closing, I need to eat. I know that. Chris, thank you for the 100 bits. 100 bits. What do you got to say?
At Slackinator, I love these streams. Getting to see behind the scenes and really having everyone here with the ability to talk with you more easily is great. Plus we're learning how to brew beer. The more you know. Receive Roger. Thanks again as always. Slack. Gotta run.
Gotta run. See you all. Chris, thank you so much for all that you do in supporting the stream. Have a great day. I would love to, well, I don't have a lack of beer. Well, almost. I would love to continue the retro brew days. I'm going to do my best to take this footage and try to cut it into some kind of a YouTube video and start a YouTube series where every month we brew a new beer and then review the beer that we brewed last month. I happen to have the Rygar Red done. In about 4 weeks, we'll be able to taste the rye beer. I followed you back when you got the Zelda world record. See, I thought I recognized the name. The only reason why I wasn't sure, Kella TV, is because I didn't know that you were a brewer. And I talk about beer and brewing a lot. I feel like we've had some brew streams since then. I find my ability to keep track of everyone's names pretty good, but there's been a lot of people the last 5 years. He's got a Shack icon more than 1 month there. Oh, I'm using Restream Chat because there's people here from YouTube and it doesn't show the icons. Ah, yeah, at least 3 months for Shack. Ah, you never caught a brew stream. Well, this is the first one. What I would like to do, like I said, is I want to do them monthly now. This beer, I probably won't do an update when I rack or when I keg this. I'm not going to set up a camera. Maybe I'll take some footage of it and mix it into the YouTube videos. Maybe. I don't even know if I'll make a YouTube video. I'm super lazy. Like, I don't want to do extra stuff. But maybe. And then in a month's time, so on the stream and maybe one of the days during the stream, we will, in the next month, we will design the recipe for next month. West Coast Best quote. Yeah, right. I don't know about that. Doesn't even notice when your name changes color. It's because I've started to ignore colors now, Marlik, because of you. I used to link names with colors. Used to be a thing, and I used it, and it was a very useful tool. And then people like Marlik started switching their colors all the time and throwing me off. So now I don't focus on colors at all. In fact, the chat that I use here, let me show you what the chat looks like. Oh, I can't switch it over. Never mind. The Restream chat doesn't show, the names aren't colored. Yeah, East Coast is Beast Coast, Jagard. You know that. Oh, bologna and onion sandwich. Food needs to be had. That's for sure. We did it. It was great. Hey, we should raid somebody. Who should we raid? Who's out there on the who's out there on Twitch? I told my wife I'd be done around 1. It's just after, so pretty good. Stormcrow? I don't have Stormcrow on my follow list? Really? Weird. Oh, Beta X is on. Little Mixer's doing Pacifist Ninja Guide. I'm sure so is Beta. Ooh. Kel saying Kimp. Says totally deserves it. I like new people. Brace yourself, Kimp. We're coming in hot. Not that in any other way anybody else is not deserving of anything either. I never said that. Stop putting things in my mouth, chat. Gosh. Stop putting things in my mouth. Ooh, Scar. Wait a second. Hold on. Yeah. It's too bad that I can't rate everybody. But I'm going to have to say Scar Pup. Because he'll just be super pumped. And I don't know if I've ever rated Scar, and he's always in the stream. So, hey guys, thank you so much for joining me for a Retro Brew Day. I had a lot of fun, and I can't wait to do it again. Hopefully we can make this a regular thing. Talk about beer, drink beer, and brew beer. What could be better than that? I say nothing. Nothing can be better than that. All right, guys, if you have the Slack Pack Wolf, be sure to drop it in the chat and wish Scar good luck, and we will see you guys on Monday. Get out of here. It's over. The show's over. Would you leave already?